another Pomodoro section, because there are so many people that wouldn't fit in into 50-10. If you don't fit in, you can fit in into 35 or 25-5. That means 30 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes and 5 minutes of mindful rest. Or you can use the one we are using, which is 50-10. You work deep work and focused sprint time for 50 minutes. Then you go for a break, 10 minutes. And remember that that break is called mindful break for a reason, which means you should be mindful about it. You should be present in your break. You should take it serious. You should be intentional about your break. So if you are at work now or you are going to work, I will encourage you to take your break serious. I will encourage you to focus on yourself, because you're the most important factor of your success story. Do you want to gain a degree? Do you want to gain a skill? Do you want to have so many papers that you publish? Do you want to have a good grade? Then you need to take yourself serious. And how do you do that? Is to take care of yourself. And it's for you to take intentional breaks, not just break. It's not because they say it's break time, then you go on a break. It's not because they say it's break time, then you take your hands off the work while your mind is running 200 kilometers in a minute. So let's just look at it this way, that your break is a time for you to refocus. It's a time for you to gain clarity. It's a time for you to re-energize. It's a time for you to stretch and get good circulation. It's a time for you to get a breather so you walk around. It's a time for you to stretch. So take your break. Make sure that people around you, they know that you take your break serious. And once they know that you take your break serious, you will see people wouldn't be calling you to come and do overtime during break time. They wouldn't be disturbing you to, oh, finish this. They all do that because you did not put your boundary the place it should be. You didn't make your boundary clear. It's very blurry, so they can try to push it. And it's a human nature to push boundaries. So try as much as possible to make your colleagues and everyone around you to know that, yes, your break is something that you take serious. Your break is something that you value. And once they know that, they are going to respect it, believe me, and it will be very respectful for you and them. So let them know, this is my break time. Once I work for 3 hours, I'm going to be taking a break of 30 minutes. I'm going to be taking a break of 20 minutes. Let them know. And if you are working with an employer, let that person know, no matter how difficult the person is. Once the person is not, is a thinking being, they will know that, yes, your break will help you to be efficient. It's going to improve your clarity. It's going to make you to take faster decisions, which is beneficial to them. So take your break serious. And if you're a student that has been struggling, you are struggling with your grades, you're struggling to learn how to write at a time, because I've been through them all, you start getting confused. Oh, am I getting it right? That's a sign that you should take a break. It is a time for you to separate yourself from that work. Then you return to it when you gain the clarity, and you see it to start flowing. But if you keep pushing it because you think the time is short, because you think you don't have enough time, because you think, oh, if I don't put all this time, I will look lazy, then you are not going to get what you want. So try as much as possible to take your breaks and also to take your joy. Those things I'll be discussing during the break time. So if you don't mind walking around, you want to just sit and listen, you can listen and maybe ask questions on what you want to learn, on what you want to understand. If you're a student, if you're a writer, are you writing your thesis and you are struggling? We can discuss about that. Are you writing your dissertation and you are struggling? Let's talk about it. Or you have so many assignments as a student, or you are working and you are struggling to organize your work to get your desktop to work for you, because so many people, their desktop is their problem. They have so much that they can't find where they put what they are looking for. So you can ask questions. So I'm here to answer those questions for you. So ask it. Just put it in the chat. Remember that during the deep work hour, the deep work time, the sprint time, once you see us focusing, then we put our mind to what we are doing. Then during the break, it is our free time. It's the time for us to recharge. It's the time for us to get a break from the work we are doing. So you can just put it in the chat. Then I will respond during the break and ask as many questions as you want to ask. Are you a student? Are you struggling financially or whatever? You can ask for advice. There are some of us that did not pay our school fees. That I can tell you. There are some of us, except the one that my mom paid when I started my undergraduates, which the government later paid back till my PhD till I finished. Yeah, somebody else paid. So many people paid, I got those things. And yeah, you can assess it. Those are the questions you can ask. How do I go about it? Are you an indigent student? Which means you are eager to go to school and you are serious to learn, you are serious to obtain the certificate and to obtain the skill, but you don't have what it takes, like financially, to do it. Then you can ask questions then, or even if you're not asking, let me just direct you once to your administrators. Just go to the school, your department, ask questions, ask your administrators. If you are a master's student, most times you should have somebody assigned to you. But if you are an undergraduate student, you have this group and mentors and tutors. You can just approach any one of them, or you can ask questions here, and we are going to be answering you those questions. That's it, I think, for whatever skill, for whatever thing you want to do in life. For me, money is always the least of it. I know that many people think money is the limitation, but money is the least of your problem. Why? Is because you need to be clear on what you want, and once you know what you want, you will find a way. So solving that problem, the first step is gaining clarity. So once you get that clarity, you have solved your problem halfway. Gain clarity, know what you want, and then you'll be able to source the resources that you need to get it done. So I welcome you to today's study workspace, and let's sprint it on and see how much we are going to achieve before 10:50. And remember that on 50 minutes on top of every hour that we'll be speaking here, we'll be chatting, or maybe I'm on break. But every other time from the top of the hour till 50 minutes, then you'll see us working. And please, if you are joining us, don't bring too much. Just bring one or two or three priority tasks. Don't bring more than three, because it might be overwhelming. And how do you know your priority tasks? Those are things that are important to you, and maybe the deadline is near, or you know that yes, it has a season. This is the time it should be done. Like if you are trying to write a book for Christmas, you know that okay, this is it's not yet time. If you are going to be doing it for the Valentine, this is the month you are going to be struggling to meet up with the deadline. So those are the things that you need to look at. Is this important? Is it urgent? So you bring it to the table. So I wish you a very productive day today as we sprint on. So support in whatever way you can support. Make sure that you're supporting. You can just be tapping. You can just be asking questions. You can just be with us and maybe bring your work, whatever work you're doing in the office or in the school. You can just join us and use this Pomodoro section and see how efficient and how productive and how, should I say, how your results will change. So thank you for joining and thank you for supporting. We'll speak again once it's 10:50. Yeah, so it's 50 now, and this is our break time. You see how fast it can get. You'll think 15 minutes, oh, when will 50 minutes go? But the truth is that before you know it, 50 minutes is gone. So it's a mindful break time. So I want you to be mindful and be present in your break. I want you to take your break serious. I want you to go out on a break, maybe uh, go around, walk around, stretch, get a breather. You can just meditate. You can decide to just get a power nap, that's all okay. All you have to do is to rest. You need to find out what rest means to you. What does it mean when you say, I am resting? Or when you tell somebody, go and rest, what does it mean? If it means sleeping, maybe you can just take a power nap. If it means maybe just getting a walk to get circulation and to have a good air, can just decide to use these 10 minutes and walk around, that's also good. But what you have to do is to be intentional about it. That is the most important thing. You should be intentional about it. You shouldn't just go on a break because they call it break and somebody will say, oh, can you help me finish this? And then you did not wait to gain the clarity that you needed. That is not break. So you need to take your break serious. You need to go on your break. And if you want to chat, you can just be here with us and add your chat, add what you want to ask here. So we'll give you the answer, will respond to your questions. Don't be the type that will think that what you want to ask is not important. Just have to ask it and know how important it is. There is in my addict, they say there is no word that is bad until it's spoken. So you need to just put it. But all I have to advise is in my space, please be kind with words. Use all the kindness that made you a human to respond and to speak and to chat, and those words of bullying and things that people do that doesn't uh, should I say doesn't gel with the community guideline, please avoid them, especially in my page. I'm not going to be tolerating anyone that will be saying things that will harm others. So try as much as possible to be kind with your words. Try as much as possible to say things that will encourage, things that will elevate, things that will build people up. So if you are struggling, when you hear such words, it's going to help you. So you don't know what people are going through, you don't know what they have been through, you don't know what they are thinking. So don't be the reason why they left, should I say, more hot than they came. So try as much as possible, even where you are, when you are walking, try as much as possible to give others a smile. Try as much as possible to give others the reason to continue fighting, the reason to continue believing in their dreams, the reason to live better. So use your word kindly is very important. And if you're in this space and you are struggling with your studies, or you are planning to return back to study and you are thinking, how do I do it? Because you have a lot of responsibilities, then this is the space for you. You can ask questions. There is always a way to manage it, no matter how much you have at hand. If you plan it well, you can factor in your study, which is going to improve your pay in the future, is going to improve your dignity, is going to improve your relevance, is going to improve you. So why not take it? Yeah. So don't leave it because you don't have time. Don't say I can't do it because you think it will take a long time. PhD, sometimes people drop out because they think they don't even start because they know it will take long. Yes, some people, they have done it for 2 years, for 3 years, some did for 4 years, some did it. I've even seen someone that is still doing hers for like 12 years. It's not something bad, it's just you have to start. But when you start, I want you to have a structure so it doesn't take you that long. So if you have a structure, it will help you to know at each point in time, in 1 month, what am I expected to do, in 2 months, what am I expected to do, in 1 year, what should I cover. And when you have that structure, I believe me, you can do it. It's something you can do. And if you're doing your masters, in masters, that's the stage that you're expected to master your area of specialization, that you be the master of that subject, so you can even tutor others, you can teach others about it. So make sure that you use that time to improve yourself. Make sure that you use that time to learn what you are expected to learn. Don't cut they don't go through shortcuts, don't go through things that will deprive you of the knowledge and the confidence that you need to progress, to proceed. You know, that is one thing one people don't know. You might gain that certificate, yes, you might do all the things that they are doing, get someone to do it, pay this to do it, use that to do it, and at the end at the end of it you will get a good result, but you have lost the confidence that you need to progress. So don't sell it, don't shortchange yourself, don't cheat yourself of the confidence, don't cheat yourself of what makes you a master in that subject. So if you have traveled all the way to wherever you are to do your masters, if you have decided to do your masters, because the time you're using to do your masters, you can actually use it to earn more money. That is what people don't know. You can actually use it to improve in other things, but you decided that yes, masters is a thing that you want to do. Please do it well. I want you to focus on it, because during your PhD, believe me, you will need it. You will need all the skills that you gathered during your masters. You will need all the knowledge. You will need all the connections that you have made during your masters, because during that time they will think, okay, yeah, now you've mastered your subject, and yes, you should know what to do. All they have to do is to guide. All they have to do is to, okay, you have somebody that read and say, okay, maybe I think it should go this way. So at that point in time, you can actually say, this is how I want it to be. This is what I think, and it stands, because you are a master of your subject. So don't trade it for anything. It might be 1 year, in some cases it might be 2 years, and some even do it, let's just say 1 year, and it's the course. Please learn those things, and during that time, that's the time you use to develop your analysis, your analytical skill. That's the time you use to develop your relation, that should I say your social connection is very important. So don't trade it. Don't go paying for people to do it. One, you will lose your money. You are paying money. Two, you lose confidence in yourself. That is the most important thing that people are losing. So give yourself that confidence. Even if you are getting, someone was asking me, oh, others paid, and it was, you hear, I don't know, she said they told her it's not expensive, you can just pay this amount, and the amount they called, actually, to me, it's not that much for them to write it for you and all those. And others paid, here they are getting 70, they are getting 72, 75, and she got 65, and she was sulking, she was not happy about it. She was like, oh, maybe I did the wrong thing, I will need to go. I told her, no, you did the best thing, you did the thing that I expect you to do, because now you are confident that anywhere you are, you can defend that your 65. You can defend that your 60, you can defend that your 50, no matter what you got. And then you know what you need to improve on, you know what you need to go to ask questions about. But if you have given it to somebody to write, another thing that you have lost is that, yes, you've lost the opportunity to ask the right questions. You've lost the opportunity to learn, and now you've lost the confidence in yourself, because when next they will ask you questions around that area, you see yourself, you won't be able to do it. Again, someone was asking, oh, I see whenever I'm presenting, maybe I have something to present, I'll have a lot to say, then I'll forget it halfway. Yeah, it might be that, yes, you didn't prepare much, but most times, when it comes to presentation, when it comes to public speech, when it comes to anything that has to do with you teaching others, it comes with practice. It comes with a lot of practice. For one person, that person you are seeing that is performing very well, maybe the Minister of Finance, maybe the Minister of Commerce in your country, and you see them, they are doing it well, my dear, it took them a lot to be where they are. So you don't just think you will stand up and you will do it. So you need to do that practice. So your school days present you with that opportunity. So use it. Make sure that, yes, you participate in every teamwork, you participate in everything that they ask you to do in academies. There you are building yourself. You are building your future. You are building your confidence to stand up anywhere, no matter how many they are, to present. You will hear those compliments. Oh, you are a good presenter. And some of us that know that, yes, it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of you doing it to be a natural in it. So nobody was just born to remember everything. Once you look at those people's faces, most times you might forget. You start thinking, okay, these are professors. Okay, these are these. How do I even teach them what they already know? But when you have been practicing, when you are good at what you're doing, you will see yourself, you will stand there confidently. And once you're confident, you will remember everything you ought to remember. You will even be acting. Yeah, you don't, once you stand, you have this adrenaline that will just pump and you will do excellently well. That you will even be asking yourself, did I do this? So take that opportunity when you are in school to do what you ought to do. Train yourself, improve yourself, sustain it, empower yourself. Don't use your money and deprive yourself. Some people will lose their money and they will deprive themselves what they have come to learn. So we are back to our sprint time. It's our time to do the deep work. So let's go back to the deep work. If you are joining us and if you are new in this space, please, I want you to introduce yourself and tell us what you are working on. If you have been here with us and maybe you are just watching there, we are here to do our Pomodoro sections. We are doing deep work, and after in every 1 hour we do 50 minutes of sprint time, and we do 5 minutes of mindful break. And during the break we will chat like we are doing now, or we'll just walk around, stretch, maybe do some puzzles, do some crossword, things that helps you to relax. So I welcome you in this space, and get students and get those that are struggling with their academics to join us. It's very important that they join, and please, I will be encouraged seeing your comments, how you feel about this space, and what you think that we can do to improve. That's very important to us. So let's sprint and see how much you achieve before 11:50. So it's 50 now. It's time for us to go on a break. So it's 25. So full. So break time. It's time for you to go on your break. You can go for a stretch, for a walk. You can decide to just sit here and chat with us. That's allowed. And yeah, so let me look at the chat and see what has been happening in the chat. Yeah, so I could see so many people there. I want to really thank yeah. Okay, for those that are looking for co-hosts, I'm doing a deep work now. During the break time, we can co-host if that is okay. And remember that during the break time, it doesn't last more than 10 minutes. So even if I'm going to be co-hosting, it's not going to be lasting more than 10 minutes. That is why I don't start it. But if you really want to co-host with me, and it's okay, because I'm also looking out for that, we can do that once it's 4 p.m. because that's the time I'll be closing. Once it's 4 p.m. and then I'll switch, we'll do the co-host, it's okay. But without that, I'm doing the big deep work. So when it is time for break, I'm go for my mindful break. I can actually talk, chat, and maybe have a power nap, then rest. Yeah, that is what it is meant for. So if you are joining us, we're talking about improving yourself, how to improve yourself as a student, as a writer, what you need to do. And these are the things that are important to students. So if you're a student, no matter how your age, how old you are, you can still continue, you can still do it. So it's something that you can do. So let's look at the things that happens if you decide not to improve yourself and you think it's just the certificates. Because I normally ask people, why are you in school? Why are you here? Why are you in the space you are? Why did you choose the job that you chose instead of every other one that's available that might be easier to get in? Why are you where you are? So if you can answer that question clearly, then you have the clarity, then you will go further. You will go further in life. You're going to achieve a lot if you have the answer to those questions. Like, what am I doing here? Why is it that I'm here? So after the why, after the what, then the why. What is like? What is it that I want? What is it that I'm looking for? You're in school. Are you looking for the certificate, or are you looking for the improvements that will come with it, with the skill, with your social skill that has improved, with every skill that you have that is improved, or you are looking out for just the paper that they call certificate? These are the two things that you need to ask yourself, and that is going to determine how you behave and the things that you do while you are in school. So it's very important that yes, you look into it. It's very important. So I don't know if you have any question, you can put it in the chat. Let's just look at the chat and see if there are things that you want us to discuss. Just put it in the chat and let's talk about it. And for those that are already in school, if you're in school, you're a student, you're struggling with your academics, you're struggling with your results, you're struggling with your output. When you put all the effort, you're not seeing equivalent results, then this is your space. I want you to come ask questions, really. When you ask questions, you might get away. So where somebody that is asking question is, there is always someone that is there to point him or her to the right way. So try as much as possible to ask. If you are a student, if you're a researcher and you are struggling with your research, you're struggling with your analysis, you're struggling with whatever you are struggling with financially and otherwise, just ask questions and you might be serious. You might really be surprised what you will get. It's very important. So for students, what is very important is also improving your memory. And that is not only for students, it's for everyone, it's for every lifelong learning. It's for those that wants to be sharp, those that wants to be quick in their thinking, even in old age. Then you will need to join us here and let's dig it. Every chat time, that's every break time. We can look at that and see how much you can achieve. So for you that is thinking, okay, I have problem with my memory, there are three things that you should know about memory. Your memory is not just something that is damaged and maybe it's like a static thing. No, your memory is something that you can improve, is something that you can work on. So now say, no, lost this. I think my memory is not doing well. Remember that your memory is doing well. And again, you will need to see how you learn. How do you learn best? What are the things that you do that you learn best? And remember that there are different types of memory. You have the sensory, the short-term memory, and the long-term memory. So you need to be very sure where you want it to be. And if you're the type that has been scrolling, when you visit a page, you visit a social media, you keep scrolling. You know, some people are used to that. They just keep scrolling and scrolling without even stopping to ask, what is it that I'm gaining in this case? What is it that I'm getting from what I'm watching? Then you are training your mind to forget things, because you're training your mind to treat things as if they don't matter. And that is the problem we are having in this age. That is the problem we have even with kids. You see, they are very forgetful. You see them, they are struggling to remember things. It's not that their memory is bad, it's how they are encoding. So there are three things. There are these three uh, ways of use checking your memory, of getting things to store in your memory. The first one is the encoding. How do you get the information that you are struggling to keep? How did you get it? Were you just flying by, and what have you been doing to encode information? So if you have trained your mind to treat everything as if it don't matter, it's going to treat what you see as if it doesn't matter. So it will take getting used to again to train your mind to uh, question, to learn. It is very important. So when you look at how you encode, then you also look at how you store information. It's very important. How do you store information? Are you on the go every time? You are always putting in things. You are not giving your body and your brain the time to digest, the time to go through what you have learn, what you have seen, what you have read. You don't process the information and you keep adding more. That is just this era. That is what it is. And you know, I've been talking about the smart technologies and how helpful and how not helpful they are. So these are the things you need to also look at. Do you have so much information that your brain is no longer processing it? Is protecting you from having the overload, is protecting you from stress, is telling you, okay, you can overlook it and you can do it tomorrow. So check, how are you storing the information? Are you rested enough for you to get the information from the short-term memory to the long-term memory? Because those are important. Like I said, we have the sensory, we have the short-term, we have the long-term memory. So the long-term memory is formed, is where you keep your information when you're ready, when you have given your brain the time to process it. So once it's processed, it will go to the long-term memory, and that is where it will stay longer. But if it is still in the short-term memory, you can forget it after some time. If you don't review it, you don't revisit it, you don't try to record it, then it's going to fizzle out. And the sensory is just like what people are doing. Once you go to the social media, you keep scrolling, or when they ask you the next 1 minute, what did you see? You see so many people didn't know what they saw. That is how it is. And you need to be intentional. So we've looked at the encoding, how you got the information you are trying to remember. We looked at the storage. How do you store the information? Are you giving your brain the time to process and keep the information? And we are looking at the ability to retrieve it. Yeah, these are the three things: you encode, you store, you retrieve. So retrieving now is like you bringing out what you've learned when it matters. And that is where people then start struggling and say, oh, I can't remember it, without even knowing that the encoding was wrong the way it was done, and there hasn't been time to process this information. Then how will you then learn it? How will you remember it? How will you record it? And record is something that is very important to every student, to every human being, to all of us. And the more you train your muscles, to your brain muscles to remember things, your brain nerves to record things, then the stronger your brain, the better your memory. And that is how you will see somebody that is very old will still remember people around them. That is how you see people that, yeah. So it's something that you have to start today. You know, these are the things that I keep talking about. I tell people, students and researchers and people around me, you don't need to depend on this smart technology too much. Just treat them as the tools they are. We have the chat GPT, we have the AI. These, yes, they are very fantastic, but you can use them, some can still use them for brainstorming, but I'm telling you, what comes from your brain will still be better. All it can can do is to help you restructure, which is very good. And again, the most common thing that I do with it is after writing all those, okay, because you sometimes have an oversight, you miss brackets, you can just copy as, okay, are there something structure that are wrong, and then it will just highlight it to make the corrections that you need to make, and maybe smoothen your English if that is what you are struggling with. But you need to get the ingenuity from your mind, from your heart, and that is very important. So we've come to the end of this break time once again, and I want you to get what you are doing and focus on it. Reduce every distraction, things that doesn't contribute to the greater good. So if you know what you want to achieve, focus on it. And we are going to be doing this for 50 minutes again. After the 50 minutes, then we'll be chatting for 10 minutes like we did now. And for those that were here, Fidos, I'm really, really grateful. Fidos, you were here, and for the gift, that was fantastic. You know, the perfume will be smelling very nice. Thank you so much. And for every other person that has been supporting, thank you so much. I am grateful. And if you are joining me, you can do us good by just introducing yourself and where you are joining us from and what you are doing. It might not be all explained. You can just tell us, okay, I'm working on my project, I'm writing, I'm proofreading, I'm doing analysis. Those are the things that, yes, for me, I'm trying to cleaning data for analysis. That's what I'm doing today. And after that, I'm trying to also sort, because my computer is a lot, should I say, the storage, I need to sort it. That is the things that I'm doing today. So if you are joining us, I welcome you, and let's see how much we can achieve in 50 minutes. So it's our break time again. You can go for your mindful break. You can go for a walk for relaxation, and make sure that you stretch, you walk around, and improve your circulation. That's quite important. So remember that your break time is for you to regain your clarity, is for you to rest your hand and your mind to gain clarity. So it's quite important that you remember that your break is very important in your productivity. If you want to be productive, you want to improve your output, you want to improve your result as a student, as a researcher, then you need to take your break serious. So we are talking about how to improve ourselves, how to improve our memory. Like I said, it's not always the problem of not remembering what you saw or what you read or what you were taught. Most times is it starts from the first stage, which is encoding. How did you learn? How did you see what you are trying to remember? How did you learn what you're trying to remember? So that encoding is very important, which is why I always say try to find meaning in what you are learning. Ask questions around it. You can just look at it and say, what is it that I'm getting out of this? So stop scrolling. If you are scrolling each time you go to social media, it is 3 seconds, it is 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Those things are not doing you any good. Never. It's not going to do you any good, but it's training your mind in a way that you don't understand. It's training your mind to scroll over things, to just treat things as if they don't matter. And you will think, okay, this is just what others are doing. You look at it, you are smiling, you go to another one just within 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds at most, without engaging in it, without thinking around it. Then most times you will think, okay, you are still learning, but your brain is already treating it as if it doesn't matter. So it's not going to encode the right way. So it will be hard for you to store it. It will be hard for you to retrieve it. So after that encoding, then we look at the storage. How do you store information? You store information by processing it. If you don't process it, you don't give it time to process in your brain, you don't train your brain to process information, then it will be wrongly processed. Sometimes you think you remember it, then you didn't. And when it comes to processing and storing information, rest is very important. So take your rest serious. After you have studied, after you've seen what you want to see, after you have learned, then you need to give your brain the rest it needs to process it and store it. That is quite important. Then we are also talking about your ability to retrieve information, your ability to recall. So active recall is something that is very important. Why I'm saying all this is because so many people no longer trust themselves that they can do it. They don't trust that they can present their own results. They don't trust that they can pass that exam. They don't trust that they can do anything. Yes, I can see you, all those that have joined in the this other forum. That I can see that's yeah, I can see New Jerusalem. Yeah, I can see you, and this reg girls, and yeah, so I can see all of you. Thank you for joining. And those that are listening, you can just make your comments. If you are struggling to remember things, maybe you just need to listen to some of this and see where you are not getting it right and what you can do to improve. So it's quite important that you exercise your memory each day. Try as much as possible to remember the things that you have done. If you have a little rest, sometimes just think, what have I done the last 1 hour? What was I doing the last 2 hours? So make it like, should I say, a routine. Each day you think back on what you've been doing, try to remember them. What you're doing is gentle exercise. You're just gently exercising your memory. You're training the brain nerves to remember, to improve. So it's quite important that you train it and do those things that makes you think a little. If you're engaging in any video, if you're engaging in any scripts, anything that you are reading, make sure you ask the what and the why is in it. That will help you to remember it when you do that. Quiz yourself after every reading. When you read, you are preparing for exam, make sure that you quiz yourself. Make sure that you try active recall by closing the book or getting out of the place you were listening and try to remember the things you have been taught or the things you've read. Try to see if you can replicate your notes. Try to see if you can say it aloud. Try to see if you can teach it to others. Those are important. And very importantly, try to quiz yourself. Ask yourself as many questions in that area as possible. I would never encourage anybody, because I wasn't encouraged to do that. I don't encourage anybody to pay any human being or any machine to do your work for you. That is not helpful. You can actually ask them to teach you. That is another thing. You can ask those, you can use those AI, you can use those smart technology as a tool, which is what they are. So you use them as a tool, you ask questions, but that doesn't mean that they should do the writing, that they should do the thinking for you. No, your brain is far more smarter than that. But you've lost confidence, maybe due to the way you were taught or what you saw. You'd say, oh, I can't do it, others can. But you can. Your brain is something that you can train. So don't make the mistake of paying your money to any human being to write for you, or paying, they will tell you, it was once, I think that was last year. So I was like, who on earth will even think about this, to even send it to my own uh, to my email? That is really ridiculous. Asking people to pay you so you can do you write their thesis, you write their dissertation, you write their project, you write their assignments for them. So what did they gain from whatever you are doing for them? Did you help them in any way? No, you didn't. What you have done is to rob them of their competency. You've robbed them of their confidence. You've robbed them of their money. So that is not something that should be encouraged. So if you have all those that are struggling, all you can do is to teach them, tell them, okay, they can learn to do this. I know that many people are in a rush, they want to get the certificate, but remember that certificates should be able to mirror your ability. So if you finally get the certificate and you don't have that ability, that is where the problem lies. You see people, they are dodging, they are not, they will avoid responsibility, they avoid the work. You see them, they are struggling. They struggle because now they no longer have that competence. They're expected to do what the certificate shows, but no, they can't. Others are doing it easily, but they can't, and that will lead to so many other problems in their lives. So don't do it. Don't do it. You are not only losing your money, you are not only cheating others. When they say, okay, this exam practice, this person has cheated, you know, people will think, oh, because that person is not smart, that is why he was caught or whatever. He cheated the community, he cheated the people in the class. No, you did not only cheat others, you have cheated yourself. I know that that might make others not to get what they ought to get, because now you might take the first position, or if that is how it is rated in your own school, or maybe if they would have maybe considered that this was bad enough for maybe to add some marks now, because they see you passed and people like you, they passed a lot, and now others will be affected. That is not where the cheating lies, but you have cheated yourself real bad. So that is something that shouldn't be encouraged. Don't ever even depend. And some parents, it is very ridiculous really to see parents paying for their children to pass. They will pay to get admission. When are you going to stop that? Because when you are no longer there and that person will have to work with that certificate, how is that person going to survive it? You think it's all about being smart? No, the confidence comes from you knowing that yes, you can do this, knowing within yourself that you can do this. That is where the confidence lies. So if you are those that you've already resign your faith, you want to pay people to pass it, you want to pay to get this done, then you are robbing yourself, real time, you're robbing yourself of your confidence. You are telling yourself that, oh, you won't be able to do this, and by then you see yourself struggling where you are not supposed to struggle. These are the things that you should be able to do. You have already used your hand to crack your own foundation, which is not something that you'll be able to amend. It's not easy to amend. When the foundation of a house is broken, it's not okay. That house might never be okay. So don't break your foundation by thinking, okay, I can wangle my way through, I can just sneak around it, I can just pay around it. No, when it comes to studies, please give yourself to it. If you are struggling in whatever way you are struggling, you can ask questions. The people that pass, the people that have the best results, they were not the best from the beginning to the end. Many of them later found a way to go around it. They later found a way to read, they later found a way to improve themselves. Maybe they change the way they are studying and things change. So you can ask questions, you can just tell people you are struggling. Instead of using that money to pay somebody to write it, you can use that money to pay a tutor to teach you, so you yourself can do it. So it's very important. So we've come to the end of this break, and it's another sprint time. Let's see how much you can achieve in 50 minutes. So for the students that are joining us, I wish you a very, very successful study. And for those that are writing, I wish you a productive output. Let's just see how much you can go. Every 15 minutes is quite short. For me, when I think, oh, just 15 minutes and it's gone, before you know it, 6 hours is gone. It's less stressful than going at a stretch, 3 hours, 6 hours, one day. Yeah, things might happen that will cause that, but make sure you take break in between is quite important. It's our break time again. It's the time for us to stretch, walk around if you want to. It's a break, so we can discuss the things that we've been talking about. You can ask questions. Remember that during your break, you should take it serious. It's something that you can use to relax and recharge. So it's important that you take your break in case you're already at work and you didn't plan your break. Break should be intentional. It's not something you take because they offered you a break. It's something you take because it's very necessary. It's essential to your productivity. It's very important. So let's take it very serious. It's not something that you just overlook and say, okay, I'll do it later. Take short breaks in between. That is how to grow. That is how to be productive. That is how to improve. Let me check through the chat to see if there is anything in the chat that we can talk about. Those are the things that I'm looking out for. So it's important. This is so, so let's look at why. I don't know. Maybe one day I will have to ask questions. What's because it baffles me seeing people paying others to write their homework, to write their assignment, to write their thesis, to write whatever, to sit for exams for them. Does it mean that they don't understand the harm of this, or is it they think that they can cheat their way through in life? It might not be immediate, but the damage that causes is quite enormous. It's something that is very big. It's something that you should think about it before you start. And once you have cracked your foundation, because you did not build the right foundation, you did not learn what you should learn, you did not get right, you will see it's very hard to really stand up for ever to do that work. Because one, when you cheat or when you pay others. You're not just cheating the society, you're not just cheating your classmates, you're not just cheating your teacher, you have cheated yourself, which is the most important part of it. Because the others, when they did not pass as much as you did, all they have to do is to put more effort and to check what they did not do right. But for you, what you have succeeded in doing is to sell your competency for nothing, because now you will see yourself as not being competent. You will lack that competence at the end, because your certificate should be able to reflect your ability. So if you have that certificate and you don't have that ability, it will lead to so many problems in personality, so many problems in your job in the future. So I will encourage you not to do that, not to go that way. It's not a way to go, because you struggle to do tasks that others are doing easily, even those beneath you, even those that you think, okay, maybe when you look at their certificate, it's not looking as good as yours, but they can do that job easily without any struggle. You see that, yes, you struggle with so much work, you struggle and you want to avoid responsibility. And that also leads to you trying to cover up even when nobody's looking, that kind of thing. You don't want them to find out that, yes, you don't know this. You don't want them to find out that, yes, you bought that certificate. You don't want them to find out that, yes, you don't know how to do this analysis. You don't know how to write this. You don't. And these are the things that are expected of you. This is going to lead to what we call imposter syndrome. And if you've heard that word, it's not something that is very pleasant, but that is what it will lead to. So don't shortchange yourself. You have the ability, you can improve your memory, you can improve your writing. If that is where it lies, you can improve your analysis, your ability to analyze things. You can improve your thinking, your deep thinking, yes. You can improve your ability to reflect and do other things, because you are a human. And yes, if you have any problem that prevents you from doing that, you can actually just ask questions. You can ask your teachers, your classmates, teach me. You can use that money that you're using to pay them, to pay for tutors, to pay to be tutored, to pay others to teach you how to use those analytical tools. Yes, you can do it. It's something that you can do. And another thing that will lead to is loss of confidence, which I find very intriguing, because once you have lost this confidence in yourself, now you no longer know you can do it. It will affect everything. It will affect your height in life. It will affect everything that you do later in life. Now, maybe you were able to write and read. You're able to even pass your undergraduate courses, and now you are in your you're doing your masters, and somebody is telling you, pay me, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do that for you. What you are doing is shortchanging yourself, because with time you'll be thinking, oh, I can't do it. You lose confidence, because this confidence, it comes with grilling, it comes with trying and failing, it comes with experience. And when this experience is lacking, when your experience is lacking, then confidence will become fragile. You see yourself is now very fragile, because now it comes with, I can do it. When they say, can you do this? Can you write this, please? Can you send this letter? Can you do this analysis? The confidence comes with you knowing that inside you, yes, confidently I can do this. Then your confidence grow from there. You can even move mountain in that area. But if you lack that confidence because somebody else did it for you and they all think that you can do it, you see yourself now, it will become fragile, because now you don't have that foundation. You see yourself, you have anxiety, it will increase in everything. They will call you, oh, can you do this? You start being anxious and you panic. And I had a story of a man. Let me check out. Yeah, I have a story of a man that later became a professor. He did all that he could to become a professor, only for them to find out that, yes, he's then we used to call it the WAEC, that's the GCSEs, was written by another person. It was another person's GCS, you see. And that was a long time. So I don't know what he lived with. I don't know the kind of anxiety he must have gone through, because every time I know he will be trying to cover it up. Every time he will always be anxious. I hope they don't find out. And now, when you go through that, it's not a pleasant experience. So try as much as possible to ask questions as students. Please, and develop yourself, improve your ability. It's not the certificate, it's not the paper that matters, it's the ability, because that ability is going to give you the confidence you need to stand and say, I can do it. And once you say, I can do it, you see yourself going forward and doing it, and even going forward to learn new things. And yes, you can stand boldly and defend what you have done. You see yourself overthinking things if you are not sure. If you didn't do it yourself, sometimes you even write after writing. I've seen somebody after writing, she always come back. I'm not judging anybody, but she's trying to make amends. She's trying to help herself. So if you have seen yourself going through that, maybe once you have tried to shortchange yourself, thinking you were being smart, please stop. It's not doing you any good. It's doing you more harm than good. It's taking your competence from you. It's taking your confidence from you. It's taking your ability to help yourself, to stand tall, to stand firm, to stand with dignity and defend your work, to stand and say, I can do it. Yeah. So you help yourself by learning. You can pay people to teach you those things. You can use the AI, you can use the smart technology to learn how to use those tools, to learn how to write, to learn how to do whatever you want to learn. And believe you me, your brain is capable, it's enough, it can do it. All you have to do is just to give it slight nudging every time, to exercise it, exercise your memory, exercise your ability to think and think deeply. With time, yeah, you perfect. It might take long. Maybe if you don't have the foundation, and maybe you think, oh, I'm old. No, your brain is teachable. It's something that your brain can learn. So go ahead and learn. Try to ask others to teach. Instead of them writing it for you, or maybe showing you the paper so you copy, even copying their names. It's good that you ask them to teach you. So it's important. If you're an undergraduate student and you are still struggling, a master's student, you are struggling, then you can ask questions. This is your space here. You can ask questions like, how do I study? I'm struggling, and let's know how you struggle. Is it because when you sit down, you find it very confusing, or maybe you are putting long time? So we can help you with the structures and maybe techniques to study. And if you're a lifelong learner, it's quite important that you improve your own memory. It's very important. So don't lose your confidence, don't lose your competence, because you want to have a good certificate. At the end, you are losing more than just that certificate, because with time, you won't be able to defend what you say you have. With time, you even when nobody is finding out, you always be fidgeting, thinking, oh, they are going to find out. You'll be going through anxiety, through a panic attacks. That's not necessary. It's not necessary. So for the young ones, encourage them. And I want to really talk to the parents that they will go to the extent of paying schools to get admission for their children. They will pay, they will sort this, they will give their children money to sort. Stop it. You are not helping them, you are destroying them. You are not helping them in any way. You want them to be confident to say, okay, I'm a doctor, I can do this. You want them to be confident and so I'm a nurse, I can do this. You want them to be confident in themselves to grow, because they might actually get into that institution, and yes, they pass, they get a job, but they will remain at the same cadre, they will remain at the same level, because they don't have that confidence to fight for themselves. So if you don't struggle, if you did not have the experience, you are going to struggle. So get yourself that experience, get yourself that foundation. So we are back to our work now. It's our sprint time. So let's sprint and see how much we can get within 50 minutes. And yes, if you are struggling, you can still put in the chat what you want to ask. If this is your first time, please introduce yourself. And to everyone that has been there, those that are supporting in one way or the other, I will say thank you. So let's speak again once it's 2:50. And so it's our break time, and it's a time for us to stretch, to walk, to chat, and for all that has been there. Home of Beauty, Cutie, you're welcome. Thank you for your support. Yeah, so during the break, we take our break serious. We go on our break and stretch, walk and chat. If there are chats that we have in the chat box, then we talk about that. If there are questions or you want to come up, you can make a request. We have 10 minutes for break. Then we can go back to the last section of it for today. Or you can request during let me say once it's 4 p.m. So I'll spend a longer time during the closing time, so we can chat, or you can just come up for 10 minutes if you want, or we can chat. You can put whatever you want to ask in the chat and we'll talk about it. So we've been talking about students and what it entails to go to school, what it entails to improve yourself. What is your purpose going to school? Is it just about getting the certificate, or is it more than that? Which I said is more than that, because your certificate should be able to reflect your ability. And that is where we have problem if these two doesn't, if they don't sync, if they are not the same, then you start having problem. Then you know that yes, you see people, yes, they look like they are doing well on paper, but when it comes to the real thing, no, they are shaking internally, and that is not healthy for them. So anything that will make you to spend money to pass, anything that will tell you, okay, tell somebody to do it for you, is depriving you, is not helping you. Anybody that takes money from you, anything you pay in order to get that position, in order to get what you want, so many people, they will just like, isn't it just assignments? Let me do it, I can earn that. You can go out, actually you earn £100, you earn 200, and just gift them £50, and you say you think it doesn't matter, they will write it and you pass. You have not done yourself any good. I've been analyzing the things that you lost. The first thing that you have lost is competence, because when you don't do it, if you did not do it yourself, you won't learn how to do it. And then you see that you are struggling to do what you ought to do, what is expected of you when you start working. They will ask you, can you analyze this? Can you write this? Can you do this? And then you start fidgeting, you start shivering, you start shaking because you don't know how to do it. And again, you are trying to protect yourself from even dangers that doesn't exist. You think that they are all trying to find out that you don't know it. So that will lead to this imposter syndrome, which is not really good. You see yourself as somebody that is just there covering up, and you are not the real thing, and that is not, it will be chipping away at your confidence. And that leads us to the second point that we discussed. You are trading your confidence for nothing. It's not, you're not just cheating the society. You're not just cheating your classmates, you're not cheating the teacher. You have succeeded in cheating yourself, which is the most, should I say, important one in it. Because when you cheat, you have deprived yourself of the things that you ought to learn. So try as much as possible to realign your value system to the things that matters. Let it be that yes, you are there to improve yourself, and know that yes, every test that you are given, every assignment, they are all to build character and build your resilience. They are there to build your knowledge. They are there to build the skill that you need to succeed in that area. So take it and make sure that if there is any failure or whatever you couldn't do well, you can go back and ask. Not me, I normally ask, okay, please, can I see the outcome of the result, please, even if it looks good. So let me know the comments, whatever you said around it. So it's a way of learning. So don't trade your competence for whatever convenience. That convenience, it might look very attractive now, but it's very damaging. It's something that you don't want to face in the future, because then you are struggling to be yourself. You are struggling. You are who you are, but you don't trust yourself anymore. You know what that means. So you need to build yourself. For the parents that are doing it, for the older ones that have seen younger ones doing this, please discourage them from doing it. Don't allow them to pay their way through. Don't pay for them, and don't allow them to miss the opportunity to try and fail. You know, when you fail, then you will learn what made you not to pass. Then you will buckle up, you will sit up the next time. See, it's very important that you allow them to go through those, because when you get the experience, then you have the strong foundation. But if you never had a foundation and you just jumped through and you are on top, before you see it, your foundation is cracked and your confidence now is very fragile. You won't be able to succeed, and you see yourself dodging opportunities that will even that would have helped you to grow. You see yourself avoiding the things that would have helped you to move forward. So please and please don't allow them to do that. If you see anybody, and for those that are doing that for them, telling them, oh, I can do it for you, just pay, you are not doing them any good. You are doing them more harm, and that will be a future harm. That is like 20 years harm, that is 30 years harm, that is 50 years, that is a lifetime harm. So don't do it. Don't do it. If you are struggling to pass, you are struggling to understand, you are struggling to read, ask questions. Human mind, human brain is trainable. No matter, most people, they will think it's all about genetics. Yes, genetics is part of it, but environment is also a big part of it. So ask questions. The person that was born very intelligent, maybe having a very good intelligent quotient, might just learn faster and be at advantage. That doesn't mean that you won't be able to cope. It just means that you need to explore, you need to get help to explore and learn how you learn better, to know how you learn, to learn how to retain the information. And these are the things that you can do as a human being. And remember that human mind, human brain is big, is far bigger than any machine you can imagine. All you just need to do is to train it. So give yourself the time you need to train it, give yourself the patience. That means in that patience, which means you can fail, you can stand up, you can just try, and you didn't get it the first time. It's allowed, is good. So take that opportunity. So don't throw it away. Don't lose your confidence, don't lose your competence, and don't lose your self-worth. With time you start doubting yourself. You think, oh, I can't do it, or they can do it. And once they ask, because you never did, so you don't know how to do it. But if you have been doing, then you will know how to do it. Most of these things, they come with practice, except the things that comes with those thinking and those ones, well, you also need some practice. But when it comes to presenting, when it comes to writing and all those things, it needs a lot of practice. So don't deprive yourself of that practice time. So give yourself the time to practice. Give yourself the time to try it and didn't get it right, and try it again. So with that practice, you see yourself standing tall, and you have the confidence in yourself to do it. Where does confidence come? When it comes to learning, when it comes to study, when it comes to work, it comes from you knowing within yourself that you can do it. And how do you know you can do it if you never tried? So try. Don't pay anybody to write for you. Don't depend on any technology to do it for you. You can use those things as tools. You can use the money that you would have paid somebody to ask for a teacher to teach you, to ask for instruction, to ask, okay, please, can you guide me through this? And now you can do it yourself. And then you have this confidence and you can walk tall in that office, and you can walk tall. It's not easy when I see those people that maybe they wangle their way, they have been tricking their way, they have been sorting their way, they have been, and if you can actually succeed in that, you are smart, which means you can do better. Just give yourself that opportunity to try. Don't go through that way, because the torture is just too much. And like I was saying earlier, that professor that was dismissed, that means, after some time, it has been years, he has even maybe he has developed so much skill and so much knowledge, but then his sin, according to the Bible, also found him out one day. And then they found out that, oh, that the GCSE he used wasn't his. You know what that means? So all his suffering, then he was getting to 60 years, you know what that means. He lost everything. So it might not get to that for you. It might be that every day you are living in fear, trying to cover up, trying to not let people know what you did wrong. And that is not healthy. That is not healthy. So try as much as possible to realign your goals, your value, know what took you there. And yes, you are there. You are there in school, you are there in that training, you are there at that skill center to acquire skill, not just a certificate. So you are there to improve yourself, you are there to learn. Ask the necessary questions. What am I here to do? What am I here to find? So when you are able to get that clearly, then it will help you to get the direction that you need. Because once you know what you're looking for, the straight line is the shortest route. So you go for it. And again, you need to also ask the question why. And when you know this why, that is very important. It will keep you going, even when it is very difficult to go on. It will keep you going when it is easier to give up, because you know why. Why am I here? It is for me to improve myself. It is for me to improve my pay in the future. It is for me to, maybe there is a position you are targeting. You should be taught to stand and defend that position and fight for it, and sit for the exams. So that will help you to make your decision, and that will help. It will guide you. It will help you not to waste your time. It will help you not to waste your money. It will help you not to shortchange yourself. You can do it, actually. So ask questions if you are struggling. That is very important. So we've come to the end of this break time again. It is our sprint time. It's time for us to sprint it on. So if you have anything that you're working on, you can join us if you're just joining now, and bring it along. So ask questions on how to study or how to write. Yeah, is something you can do. So I'm always here Wednesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 4 p.m. So 6 hours. And remember, we use the Pomodoro section, 50-10. That means we do 50 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. And during that mindful break, you can walk around, stand, stretch, and do whatever that helps you to recharge. And then we go back to the sprint time. And I welcome everyone that has been there with us, and those that are supporting in one way or the other. I will say thank you. Unless this last section, I normally do it for 1 hour, because after that I'm taking a long break, a very long break before, even if I'm going to continue to take like 2 hours again, but I'm not coming back online. So normally I take 1 hour, but after that the children, they are home, so I give them the time that they deserve. So I wish you a very productive 1 hour from now on. I will speak again once it's 4 p.m. You can request to come up, you can ask questions, and we answer you by then. if you are not coming up, it's okay. You can just sit there and listen. So we've been talking about how to improve yourself. If you go to school, if you are in school now, use that time to improve yourself. It's not all about the certificate. The certificate actually is meant to reflect your abilities, meant to reflect what you can do. So let it not be different. Let there not be a discrepancy between the certificate and what you can do. So many people are parading certificates that they can't defend, that they can't work with. When they are asked, can you do this, they will start fidgeting. It's because they have lost the confidence in themselves to do it, because somebody else did it, or maybe they paid one person or one app to do it for them. Now they think they can't do it. But remember, even if you're in that category, I will encourage you to go back to the drawing board and improve yourself. You can do it. Human mind is trainable, human brain is trainable, so you can improve yourself. And I want you to know that it doesn't pay you in any way if you cheat in class, if you cheat in your studies. You did not just cheat the society, you did not just cheat your classmates, you've cheated yourself big time. So that is not a way to go, because once you have done that, you lose that competence that you would have developed, and you are going to lose the confidence also, which is not to your own advantage. And I will also encourage you to try as much as possible to ask questions if you need to. If you are struggling, seek help. Don't just keep silent, because the help you're looking for might be by your side. It might be something that the next person close to you can offer. So try as much as possible to ask questions. Those questions, that anything that is confusing you, anything that is difficult for you, just ask people. You might be surprised, and it will be an easy thing for another person to do for you, and that is quite easy. So try as much as possible to do that. So we are coming to the end of it today. Remember that tomorrow we are here from 10 a.m. again till 4 p.m. And I want to thank as many that have been there. For those that gave gifts, I saw New Jerusalem, I saw QT, I saw Home of Beauty, Home of Beauty supported big time. So thank you. And I saw Fidos earlier. That's our host. So I'm really grateful for all your support, for everyone that supported, for your comments. You can just ask questions. If you're a student, if you're a researcher, please ask those questions. You can, because it's really, should I say, it's a lonely time, especially for those that are doing their PhD. I will say, don't lose hope. It's a long journey, but yes, you can complete it. You will do it, and you can just ask questions. You can find a friend here and talk about it. It's a lonely time. During that time, sometimes you'll be thinking, oh, I don't know what others are doing. Just ask questions if you have to, and be encouraged, especially because once you are doing your PhD, I believe you must have grown. You're no longer a child, and you have a lot of responsibilities. So it can be daunting sometimes. So you have a friend here to talk to. I did mine. I know what it looks like. I did masters. I mean, not one. I know what it looks like. It's not an easy thing. Some people, they will think, oh, it's just easy. It's not that way. You do a lot. But remember that is a time for you to build yourself, especially for those. I'm always emphasizing those that are doing their masters, because I know what it takes. I know what it will give you when you are doing your PhD, because that is the only time you have to improve your skills. When it comes to analysis, deep thinking, that is the time. So don't shortchange yourself. Don't wait for others to do it for you. Make sure that you use that time to develop yourself, to improve yourself, to equip yourself for the future. Because after that, you can be a big person in your workplace. Yes, why not? And those that are going into academies, those that are already in academies, then they will need to go through their PhD, and the rest of them at that point in time, they expect you to be a master of your area of specialization. So you wouldn't be having so much support during that time. So you need it during that masters. Don't shortchange yourself, not at all. Don't pay any dime, no matter how cheap it looks like, because then you are selling yourself short. You are losing your confidence, you are losing your competence, you are losing your trust in yourself. You are breaching etiquette, which may even encourage you to keep tampering with and playing with such things, which might cost you big time. So really help yourself by equipping yourself. Give yourself the time to try and fail. Give yourself the time to try and learn, because the more you experience, the more confident you are in yourself. So be confident enough to try it. You won't know if you can do it, you try. So try. That is very important. So do that trial, do your presentations, do your writings yourself, do your analysis yourself. Instead of paying others to do it, pay to learn it. That is very important. So tomorrow I'll be here again at 10 a.m. and we'll stay till this time. So remember, we always run 50-10. That's 50 minutes of deep work time and 10 minutes of mindful break. And we chat during the break, so you can ask questions. So we answer during breaks, and you can just put out what you want us to chat, and yeah, we'll discuss it. And I wish you a very productive evening, a very happy evening. So enjoy your evening and enjoy a good rest if you are continuing. So make sure that you have rest. So I'll be going off now. That doesn't mean that I'll stop working, but I'm taking a very long break, at least 2 hours from now. That is how I go about it. So thank you for being there. See you tomorrow.
Little. Huh? Okay.
I'm sitting